I have spent most of my adult life seeking out the kind of silence that most people find uncomfortable. There is a specific type of quiet that only exists when you are at least 20 miles away from the nearest paved road. It is not a complete absence of sound, but rather a lack of human noise. You hear the wind moving through the needles of the pine trees and the occasional shift of shale on a cliffside, but the hum of engines and the chatter of voices are gone. I grew up in a house that sat on the edge of the Olympic National Forest in Washington state, so the woods have always felt like a second home to me. My father was a park ranger, and he taught me how to read the landscape before I could even read a map. He always told me that the wilderness is not dangerous as long as you respect its rules. For 28 years, I believed him. I worked as a freelance surveyor for most of my 20s, which meant I spent weeks at a time alone in the backcountry. I am not the type of person who scares easily. I have woken up to find grizzly bear tracks 10 feet from my tent, and I have navigated through whiteout snowstorms with nothing but a compass and a prayer. I know how to manage my fear. Or at least, I thought I did until the summer of 2018. That July, I decided to take a 10-day solo trip through a particularly rugged section of the Cascade Mountains. I wanted to reach a high-altitude lake that was rarely visited because the trail had been officially decommissioned decades ago. The old maps showed it as a sapphire blue drop of water nestled in a granite basin, surrounded by jagged peaks that stayed snow-capped even in the middle of summer. To get there, I had to hike through thick, old-growth forest where the canopy was so dense that the sun barely touched the ground. I carried a 60-pound internal frame backpack that contained everything I needed to survive. It was an olive drab pack, worn and faded from years of use, with custom paracord loops I had tied myself. That pack was an extension of my body. I knew the weight of every buckle and the sound of every zipper. I started my trek on a Tuesday morning. The first 2 days were grueling but uneventful. I covered about 15 miles each day, pushing my body through steep elevation gains. By the third evening, I had reached the transition zone where the massive fir trees began to give way to smaller, hardier subalpine vegetation. I was exhausted, but it was the good kind of tired that comes from honest work. I found a flat spot near a small creek to set up my camp. It was a perfect clearing, shielded from the wind by a natural rock wall. I went through my usual routine with mechanical precision. I set up my lightweight tent, filtered 3 liters of water from the creek, and cooked a dehydrated meal over my small stove. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the sky turned a deep, bruised purple. I remember sitting on a flat stone and watching the shadows stretch across the valley floor below. Everything felt normal. I felt that familiar sense of peace that comes with total isolation. I did not have a cell signal, and I did not want one. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Around 9 o'clock, I decided to turn in. I did one final sweep of my campsite to make sure everything was secure. One of the golden rules of backcountry camping is bear safety. You never keep food or anything scented inside your tent. I had a heavy-duty bear bag that I used to store my food, stove, and toiletries. I walked about 50 yards away from my tent to a sturdy larch tree. I tossed a weighted line over a high branch and hoisted the bear bag 12 feet into the air, tying it off securely. My backpack was empty of food, but I still followed the habit of keeping it outside my sleeping area to save space. I propped the empty pack against the base of the rock wall, right next to my boots. I checked the straps one last time, making sure the rain cover was pulled tight because the air felt damp. Then I crawled into my sleeping bag. I fell asleep almost instantly, lulled by the steady rhythm of the creek nearby. I did not dream. I just drifted into that deep, heavy sleep that only comes after a day of mountain climbing. I woke up at 5:30 the next morning. The light was still gray and hazy, filtering through a thick mist that had rolled in during the night. I sat up and stretched, feeling the ache in my calves. I unzipped the tent flap, expecting to see my boots and my pack waiting for me. My boots were there, exactly where I had left them, but the backpack was gone. At first, I did not panic. I assumed I was just disoriented from sleep. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. The space against the rock wall was empty. I stepped out of the tent in my socks, feeling the cold moisture of the grass seep into the fabric. I looked behind the rock wall and around the perimeter of my small clearing. There was no sign of the pack. I thought perhaps a curious animal had dragged it off. Maybe a marmot or a mountain goat had been attracted to the salt on the shoulder straps from my sweat. I began to circle the campsite, expanding my search radius. I looked for drag marks in the soft dirt or broken branches in the brush. There was nothing. The ground was undisturbed. I walked over to the larch tree where I had hung my bear bag. The bag was still hanging high in the air, completely untouched. This made no sense. If a bear or a cougar had entered my camp, they would have gone for the food bag, not an empty nylon backpack. I felt a small, cold knot of unease form in my stomach. I spent the next 2 hours searching the entire area. I went down to the creek and up the ridge. A 60-pound pack does not just vanish into thin air. Even if it was empty, it was a large, bulky object. As the sun rose higher and burned off the mist, I realized with a jolt of true fear that I was in a very dangerous position. My pack contained my map, my compass, my first aid kit, my extra clothes, and my emergency satellite messenger. I was 3 days into the wilderness with nothing but the clothes I was wearing, my sleeping bag, my tent, and the food hanging in the tree. I sat down on my boots and tried to think logically. I told myself that I must have misplaced it, even though I knew I had not. I told myself that maybe I had sleepwalked, though I had never done that in my life. I searched for another hour, getting more desperate with every passing minute. Then I saw it. About 100 yards away, on a high ledge that overlooked my campsite, something caught the light. I scrambled up the steep slope, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I reached the ledge, I stopped dead. My backpack was sitting there. It was not lying on its side as if it had been dropped or dragged. It was sitting perfectly upright, facing the direction of the trail I was supposed to take that day. The straps were neatly tucked in, and the rain cover was smoothed out. It looked as if someone had carefully placed it there to watch me sleep. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There were no footprints in the dirt around the pack. There were no scuff marks on the rocks. The ledge was difficult to climb, even for me, yet the pack sat there as if it had been lowered from the sky. I grabbed the handle of the pack and swung it onto my shoulders. It felt different. It felt heavy. I unzipped the main compartment and my breath hitched in my throat. When I had gone to bed, the pack was empty. Now it was full, but it was not full of my gear. My tent and sleeping bag were still down at the campsite. I reached inside and pulled out a handful of stones. They were smooth, river-washed stones, each about the size of a fist. There were dozens of them. I dumped them out onto the ledge, and they clattered against the granite with a hollow, terrifying sound. Underneath the stones, I found my map. It was folded neatly, but when I opened it, I saw that someone had drawn a circle around my current location with a piece of charcoal. From that circle, a single straight line was drawn leading further into the mountains, toward the high-altitude lake. I looked around the vast, empty landscape. The mountains were silent. The wind had died down completely. I felt like I was being watched by 1,000 eyes hidden in the trees. I did not feel like a hiker anymore. I felt like a mouse in a maze. I did not want to go forward toward the lake, but the thought of going back through the dense forest where someone or something was clearly moving with impossible silence was even worse. I stood there on that ledge for a long time, clutching my map, trying to understand how someone could have entered my camp, taken my pack, filled it with heavy stones, and moved it to a high ledge without making a single sound. I decided then that I would not continue to the lake. I would pack up my tent and head back the way I came as fast as I possibly could. I scrambled back down to the clearing and began to tear down my tent. I worked with a frantic energy, my eyes constantly darting toward the tree line. I stuffed my sleeping bag into the pack, dumping out the rest of the river stones to make room. I lowered my food bag and shoved everything inside. I did not care about organization. I just wanted to move. As I was bucking the waist strap of my pack, I noticed something else. A small piece of white fabric was snagged on a bush at the edge of the clearing. I walked over and picked it up. It was a strip of medical gauze from my own first aid kit. It was tied into a small, perfect noose. I dropped the gauze as if it were a poisonous spider. I did not look back. I started running down the trail, the heavy pack bouncing against my spine. The hike back should have taken me 3 days. I was determined to do it in 2. I pushed myself until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Every time a squirrel scurried in the leaves or a bird took flight, I jumped. I kept expecting to see a figure standing in the middle of the trail, but the path remained empty. By the time the sun began to set on that 4th day, I was exhausted beyond measure. I knew I could not keep moving in the dark. I found a spot to camp that was as open as possible, a wide gravel bar next to a large river. I did not set up my tent. I just rolled out my sleeping bag on the rocks, hoping that the sound of the rushing water would drown out any footsteps. I did not sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that olive drab backpack sitting on the ledge, watching me. I kept my hunting knife in my hand, the cold steel a small comfort. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a sound that was not the river. It was a high, thin whistling. It sounded like someone trying to mimic a bird, but the pitch was slightly off, too human. It moved from the left side of the river to the right, circling my position. I sat up, clutching my knife, staring into the darkness. I could see nothing. The whistling stopped as soon as I moved. When morning finally came, I did not even eat breakfast. I just shouldered my pack and kept going. I reached the trailhead by late afternoon on the 5th day. My truck was sitting exactly where I had left it, the dusty white paint gleaming in the sun. I have never been so happy to see a piece of machinery in my life. I threw my gear into the back, hopped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, my forehead resting against the steering wheel, just breathing. I was safe. I told myself that it was over. But as I reached for the ignition, I noticed something on the passenger seat. It was a small, smooth river stone, and tied around it was a piece of paracord from my own backpack, knotted into that same small, perfect noose. I did not stay to investigate. I started the engine and drove away, leaving a cloud of dust behind me. I did not stop until I reached a crowded gas station 60 miles away. I told myself I would never go back to those mountains. I told myself it was just a prank or some strange hermit playing games. But I knew better. I knew that the silence of the woods was no longer my friend. I had felt something out there that did not belong to the world of maps and surveys. It was something old and patient. I sold my surveying gear a month later. I took a job in the city, working in a loud, crowded office where the silence can never find me. But sometimes when I am walking to my car at night and the streetlights flicker, I feel that same cold weight in my stomach. I think about that backpack sitting on a ledge filled with stones that I did not put there, and I wonder if it is still out there, waiting for the next person who goes looking for the quiet. The city was supposed to be a sanctuary of noise and concrete. I moved into a 3rd-floor apartment in a building that overlooked a busy intersection because I wanted the constant sound of tires on asphalt and the rhythmic flashing of neon signs to fill my living room. For the first few months, I convinced myself that the strategy was working. I worked long hours at a land development firm, staring at blueprints and digital renderings of suburban sprawl. I avoided the parks. I avoided the green spaces that dotted the urban landscape. I even stopped buying house plants because the sight of green leaves and the smell of damp soil reminded me of the deep shadows under the Douglas firs. I thought I had successfully buried the memory of that July morning in the Cascades under a mountain of mundane tasks and city grit. The first sign that the mountain had not finished with me came on a rainy Tuesday in October. I had stayed late at the office to finish a zoning report. The building was mostly empty, and the hum of the ventilation system was the only sound in the room. As I walked to the elevator, I noticed a small smudge of gray on the carpet near the entrance. I knelt down to look at it, thinking it was just a bit of dried mud from a coworker. It was a pile of fine, gray dust. I rubbed a bit of it between my thumb and forefinger. It felt gritty and cold. It was granite dust, the exact kind of crushed stone you find on the high ridges of the Cascade Range. I stood up and looked around the hallway, but the security cameras showed nothing but empty corridors. I told myself it was a coincidence. Perhaps a surveyor had come in from the field and tracked it in, but we did not have any active projects in the mountains that year. I went home and tried to sleep, but the sound of the rain against my window began to change. It no longer sounded like water hitting glass. It sounded like the soft, rhythmic tapping of fingernails. I sat up in bed and turned on every light in the apartment. I stayed awake until the sun rose, watching the shadows for any movement that did not belong. When I finally worked up the courage to go into my kitchen to make coffee, I found the second sign. Sitting in the center of my glass dining table was a single dry pine needle. It was long and sharp, the kind that grows on the high-altitude larch trees. There was no way it could have blown in through the sealed windows of a third-floor apartment in the middle of a metropolitan area. I picked it up and felt the sting of its point against my skin. It was fresh. It still smelled of sap and cold air. The isolation I had sought in the city began to feel like a different kind of trap. I realized that the things that live in the deep woods do not necessarily stay there. My father had once told me that the wilderness is a physical place, but he had also hinted that it is a state of mind. He said that once you truly see the forest never stops seeing you. I had always thought he was being poetic. Now, I understood he was giving me a warning. I started to see the river stones everywhere. I would find one in the pocket of a jacket I had not worn in weeks. I would find one at the bottom of my gym bag. Each stone was perfectly smooth, cold to the touch, and identical to the ones that had filled my backpack on that lonely ledge. I decided to visit an old friend of my father, a man named Elias who had spent 40 years as a wilderness scout before retiring to a small cabin on the outskirts of the city. Elias was the only person I knew who might understand the specific kind of dread that was beginning to consume me. I drove out to his place on a Saturday afternoon. The engine of my truck provided a comfort that I knew was temporary. His cabin was tucked away in a small grove of oaks, far enough from the city to be quiet, but close enough to feel the presence of civilization. Elias was sitting on his porch, carving a piece of cedar with a small, sharp knife. He did not look up when I pulled into his driveway. He just kept carving until I stood at the bottom of his porch steps. He looked at me then, and I saw a flash of recognition in his eyes that made my blood run cold. He did not ask how I was. He did not ask why I was there. He simply gestured to the chair next to him and told me that I looked like a man who had seen the gray man of the ridges. I sat down and told him everything. I told him about the backpack, the stones, the gauze noose, and the stone I found in my locked truck. I told him about the dust in my office and the pine needle on my table. As I spoke, the wind began to pick up, whistling through the oak leaves with a sound that made me want to cover my ears. Elias listened without interrupting, his hands finally going still on the cedar wood. When I finished, he remained silent for a long time. He stared out at the trees, his eyes clouded with memories he had clearly tried to forget. He told me that there are places in the mountains that were never meant for human eyes. He said that the decommissioned trails are often closed not because of erosion or lack of funding, but because people kept disappearing in ways that the Park Service could not explain. He spoke of a presence that is not a ghost and not an animal, but something that is a part of the landscape itself. It is a mimic, he said. It watches, it learns, and then it begins to follow. It does not want to kill you, at least not at first. It wants to play with you. It wants to see how long it takes for your mind to break under the weight of the impossible. Elias reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch. He handed it to me and told me to keep it with me at all times. Inside the pouch was a mixture of dried sage, iron filings, and a small piece of charred wood from a lightning-struck tree. He said it would not stop the thing from following me, but it might make it harder for the entity to manifest in my home. He warned me that the stones were a claim. By putting the stones in my pack and then in my truck, the presence had marked me as its property. The straight line on the map was not a suggestion. It was an invitation that was slowly turning into a command. The thing in the woods was calling me back to the high-altitude lake, and every day I stayed away, the manifestations would get bolder and more intrusive. I left Elias feeling more terrified than when I had arrived. I drove back to the city with the leather pouch clutched in my hand. That night, the whistling started again. It was faint at first, drifting in through the vents of my apartment. It was that same high, thin sound that I had heard on the gravel bar by the river. It was a melody that felt like it was being played on a flute made of bone. I turned on the television to drown it out, but the sound seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. I walked to the window and looked down at the street. The intersection was busy with cars, their headlights cutting through the drizzling rain. But on the far corner, standing perfectly still under a flickering streetlight, was a figure. It was tall and thin, wearing what looked like a tattered olive-drab jacket. It did not have a face that I could discern from that distance, just a pale, smooth surface where features should have been. It was holding something in its hand. Even from the third floor, I could see the glint of a silver buckle. It was holding a backpack. My old backpack, the one I had sold to a second-hand shop months ago. The figure did not move. It just stood there, looking up at my window. I backed away from the glass, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I checked the locks on my door, though I knew they would mean nothing to something that could place a pine needle in a sealed room. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of my living room, clutching the leather pouch Elias had given me. The whistling continued until exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, the hour when the world is at its quietest. When the sun finally rose, the figure was gone. I went down to the street and searched the corner where it had stood. There were no footprints, but the concrete was covered in a thin layer of white frost, even though the temperature had not dropped below 50 degrees. In the center of the frost, someone had scratched a single, straight line into the pavement, pointing directly toward the north, toward the mountains. I realized then that Elias was right. I could not hide in the city. The noise and the crowds were just a thin veil that the presence was beginning to shred. The more I resisted the call, the more the world around me would begin to transform into the wilderness I had tried to escape. I went back up to my apartment and began to pack a bag. Not a backpack, but a simple duffel bag. I did not take any surveying equipment. I took only the essentials for survival. I knew that I had to go back to that high-altitude lake. I had to find out what was waiting for there, or I would spend the rest of my life watching the shadows in the city turn into trees. As I was leaving, I saw my reflection in the hallway mirror. I looked older, my face pale and drawn, but it was not my face that caught my attention. It was the background. In the reflection of the hallway behind me, the walls were not covered in beige wallpaper. They looked like the rough, dark bark of ancient hemlock trees. I blinked, and the image was gone, replaced by the mundane reality of my apartment building. But the smell remained. The hallway smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the cold, metallic scent of a mountain storm. I walked to my truck, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. The drive back toward the Cascades felt like a descent into a dream. As the city skyline faded in my rearview mirror, the sky began to darken with heavy, charcoal clouds. The further north I drove, the more the modern world seemed to peel away. The radio in my truck began to static, the voices of news anchors and music fading into a low, rhythmic thrumming. It sounded like a heartbeat, slow and steady, echoing the pulse of the earth itself. I stopped at a small gas station on the edge of the national forest to fill up my tank. The attendant was an old man with skin like weathered leather. He looked at my duffel bag and then at my eyes. He did not ask where I was going. He just told me that the mountains are hungry this time of year and that I should be careful not to lose my shadow. I reached the trailhead as the sun was beginning to set. The forest looked different than it had in July. The vibrant greens had faded into deep, somber browns and grays. The air was much colder now, carrying the sharp bite of impending winter. I stood at the edge of the woods, looking at the overgrown path that led into the heart of the mountains. The silence was absolute. There was no wind, no birds, no sound of distant engines. It was the uncomfortable quiet I had once loved, but now it felt like the silence of a tomb. I pulled the leather pouch from my pocket and gripped it tight. I took my first step onto the trail, and as I did, I heard a sound from the trees behind me. It was the sound of a zipper being slowly, deliberately closed. I did not look back. I knew that my backpack was following me, and this time it was not empty. The mountain air was a physical weight against my chest as I stepped deeper into the trees. I did not have the heavy pack of a surveyor this time, but the small duffel bag felt just as burdensome. Every footfall on the damp needles felt like a signal sent into the earth, a vibration that alerted the entire forest to my return. I walked for 2 hours as the light failed completely, replaced by a thick, suffocating gray mist that clung to the trunks of the hemlocks. I did not use my flashlight. I felt that a beam of artificial light would only serve as a beacon for whatever was pacing me in the shadows. I could hear it. It was not a hidden sound. It was the heavy, rhythmic crunch of something large moving parallel to the trail, exactly 20 paces to my left. When I stopped, it stopped. When I hurried, it hurried. I reached a small clearing where the old trail intersected with a dry creek bed. The stones in the bed were white and ghostly in the gloom. I sat down on a fallen log, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I reached into my pocket and felt the leather pouch Elias had given me. The herbs inside felt warm, almost hot, against my palm. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on my breathing, but the smell of the forest was changing. It no longer smelled of pine and rain. It smelled of old cloth, stagnant water, and the metallic tang of dried blood. I opened my eyes and looked at the creek bed. A row of river stones had been laid out across the white rocks. They were perfectly spaced, forming a straight line that pointed directly toward the ridge where I had first found the backpack. I stood up and began to walk again, driven by a compulsion that felt like a needle pulling a thread through my skin. I did not feel like I was making a choice. I felt like a piece of iron being drawn toward a massive, hidden magnet deep within the earth. As I climbed higher, the trees began to thin, replaced by jagged outcrops of basalt and granite. The wind returned, but it did not howl. It whispered. It carried the sound of my own name, spoken in a voice that sounded like my father, then like the gas station attendant, then like a version of myself that I did not recognize. I ignored the voices. I kept my eyes on the trail, which was now marked by small piles of gray dust at every turn. By the time I reached the base of the final ridge, the moon had risen, a cold and uncaring eye in the black sky. The lake was just over the crest. I could feel the presence of the water like a cold void in the atmosphere. I scrambled up the steep incline, my fingers digging into the frozen dirt. When I reached the top, I stopped. The lake was not a beautiful alpine pool. It was a black mirror, perfectly still, reflecting nothing but the void above. And there, sitting on the very same ledge where I had first seen it, was the olive drab backpack. It looked brand new. The buckles were polished, the fabric was clean, and it was bulging with the weight of something heavy and solid. I approached the ledge with slow, deliberate steps. My shadow stretched out before me, long and distorted by the moonlight. As I got closer, I saw that the backpack was not alone. Arranged around it in a perfect circle were dozens of small nooses made of white medical gauze. They swayed in a breeze I could not feel, dancing like tiny hanged ghosts. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the fabric of the pack. It was ice cold. I unbuckled the top flap, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I expected to see the river stones. I expected to see my own gear. Instead, the pack was filled with hair. Long, matted strands of gray and brown hair were packed tightly into the compartments. Tucked into the center of the mass was a photograph. I pulled it out and held it up to the moonlight. It was a picture of me, not a picture I had ever taken, but a shot from the previous night, showing me sitting in my apartment, clutching the leather pouch and staring at the window. The perspective was from outside, as if someone had been hovering 3 stories in the air, looking through the glass. I dropped the photo, and it fluttered down into the dark waters of the lake. A high, thin whistling erupted from the trees behind me. It was no longer a mimicry of a bird. It was a shriek, a discordant wall of sound that vibrated the very bones in my skull. I turned around, my knife drawn, but there was nothing there. The forest was empty. Then I looked down at my own feet. My shadow was gone. The moon was bright, and the rocks around me cast long, dark shapes, but the space beneath me was blank. I felt a sudden, sickening lightness, as if the ground were no longer solid. I looked back at the backpack. The flap was now open wider, and the hair was beginning to spill out, uncoiling like a nest of snakes. I realized then what the straight line on the map had been. It was not a path to a location. It was a measurement of the distance between who I was and what I was becoming. The thing in the woods did not want to kill me. It wanted to wear me. It had been collecting pieces of my life, my stones, my gauze, my image, and now it had taken my shadow. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was a cold, heavy weight, the fingers long and thin. I did not turn around. I knew that if I looked at its face, the transformation would be complete. I reached into my bag and pulled out the flare gun I had packed at the last minute. I did not aim at the woods, I aimed at the backpack. I pulled the trigger, and a brilliant, blinding red light erupted from the barrel. The flare hit the pack dead center, igniting the dry hair and the old fabric in a roar of chemical fire. The shriek that followed was not human. It was the sound of a mountain cracking, a tectonic groan of agony that shook the ridge. The cold weight on my shoulder vanished. The whistling turned into a sob and then faded into the wind. I watched as the backpack burned, the flames casting wild, dancing shadows against the basalt. For a moment, my own shadow returned, flickering and weak but present. I did not wait for the fire to go out. I turned and ran. I did not follow the trail. I ran straight down the slope, sliding over scree and crashing through brush, headed for the valley floor. I did not care about the map or the straight lines. I only cared about the distance between myself and that burning ledge. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass and my legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed near a small stream, gasping for air, my face pressed into the cold mud. I stayed there for hours, listening to the forest return to a natural silence. The wind moved through the leaves, and it was just the wind. A small rodent scurried through the undergrowth, and it was just an animal. When the sun rose, I made my way back to the trailhead. I did not look back at the high ridges. I did not look at the trees. I kept my eyes on the ground, watching my shadow as it moved with me, a faithful companion once again. My truck was still there, covered in a layer of fine gray dust. I got inside and started the engine. I did not feel safe, but I felt real. I drove away from the mountains, heading back toward the city, toward the noise and the people. I knew the presence was still out there, sitting in the charred remains of the pack, waiting for the fire to cool. But I also knew that I had broken the claim. I returned to my apartment and immediately began to pack my belongings. I did not stay to see if the figure would return to the street corner. I moved to a different city, a place far from the mountains, where the landscape was flat and the horizon was wide. I took a job that required no surveying, no maps, and no quiet. I still keep the leather pouch in my pocket, and I never go into the woods alone. Sometimes when the rain taps against my window, I think about that high-altitude lake and the black water that holds my photograph. I think about the gray dust and the smooth stones, but mostly I think about the silence and how I finally learned that the most dangerous thing you can find in the woods is yourself. I live my life in the center of the light now. I keep the television on at night and the curtains drawn tight. I have made peace with the fact that some things cannot be understood or mapped. They can only be survived. The wilderness is still out there, patient and old, watching the trails for the next person who seeks the quiet. But my shadow is mine, and for now, that is enough. I look at my hands and see the scars from the basalt rocks, and I am reminded that the price of returning was high. I do not regret it. I would rather live in a world of noise than be a silent piece of the mountain. The straight line has been broken, and I am finally walking my own path, far away from the shadows of the Douglas firs. I drove for 6 hours without stopping until the towering silhouettes of the Cascades were nothing more than a jagged memory in my rearview mirror. The flat plains of the eastern basin stretched out before me, a vast expanse of sagebrush and dust that felt honest in its emptiness. I found a motel on the edge of a small town where the only sound was the low hum of a neon sign and the occasional passing of a long-haul truck. I paid for a room in cash, using the crumpled bills I had kept in my glove box. The clerk did not look at me, and I did not look at him. I just wanted a door that locked and a floor that did not feel like it was breathing. Inside the room, the air smelled of stale tobacco and industrial cleaner. It was a beautiful, artificial scent. I pushed a heavy dresser in front of the door and checked the window twice to ensure the latch was secure. I sat on the edge of the bed and emptied the contents of the leather pouch onto the nightstand. The iron filings and the charred wood looked like mundane debris in the harsh light of the overhead bulb, but they felt like anchors. I did not sleep. I watched the shadows move across the ceiling as the sun began its slow ascent. I waited for the whistling, for the scratching at the glass, or for the sudden appearance of a pine needle on my pillow. Nothing happened. The world remained stubbornly, wonderfully ordinary. By the second day of my self-imposed exile, the adrenaline began to fade. replaced by a hollow exhaustion that settled into my marrow. I realized I could not stay in a motel forever. I had a life in the city, a lease, and a job that expected my return. But the thought of going back to that apartment, where the walls had once pulsed with the texture of hemlock bark, made my skin crawl. I called my employer from a payphone outside a roadside diner. I told them I had a family emergency and needed an indefinite leave of absence. I did not wait for an answer before hanging up. I went back to my room and began to search for a new place to live. I looked for towns that were surrounded by miles of farmland, places where the nearest forest was a managed park and the horizon was a straight line of soil and sky. I found a small house for rent in a community 300 miles away from the mountains. It was a simple structure made of brick and mortar, sitting in the middle of a grid of wheat fields. There were no trees within a mile of the property. I packed my duffel bag and left the motel, leaving the leather pouch on the nightstand. I did not need it anymore. I had found a new way to protect myself. I would live in the open. I would live where there were no hiding places and no echoes. The move was a blur of physical labor and quiet desperation. I sold my truck and bought an old sedan that did not have a history of mountain roads. I threw away my hiking boots, my flannels, and every piece of gear that reminded me of the high country. I wanted to be a person who did not know the difference between a Douglas fir and a western red cedar. I wanted to be a person who feared the dark because of what people might do, not because of what the earth might become. For the first month, the silence of the plains was a comfort. I took a job at a local grain elevator, spending my days recording weights and moving heavy sacks of seed. The work was repetitive and loud, which was exactly what I needed. The dust from the wheat coated my skin and filled my lungs, a dry and dusty contrast to the damp rot of the forest floor. I made friends with the other workers, men who spoke about the weather in terms of crop yields and moisture levels, never about the hunger of the hills. I began to think that I had won. I began to think that the flare had been enough to sever the connection. Then the dreams started. They were not nightmares in the traditional sense. There were no monsters and no screams. I would find myself standing in the center of the high-altitude lake, but the water was made of glass. I could see my reflection beneath my feet, but it was not moving when I moved. It was reaching up, its fingers pressing against the underside of the frozen surface. Around the shore of the lake, thousands of olive-drab backpacks were lined up like soldiers, their flaps open and their interiors filled with white frost. In every dream, a voice would whisper a set of coordinates, a series of numbers that I knew led back to the ledge. I would wake up drenched in sweat, the smell of ozone and wet earth thick in my bedroom. I started leaving the lights on at all times. I bought extra lamps and positioned them so that every corner of my small house was illuminated. I avoided looking at the horizon at dusk, fearing that the silhouettes of the distant grain silos would start to look like the jagged peaks of the Cascades. I told myself it was just lingering trauma, a phantom limb of a memory that would eventually wither and die. But then I found the first stone. It was sitting on my kitchen table when I came home from work. It was a small, smooth river stone, identical to the ones I had found in my pack months ago. It was cool to the touch and smelled of the river. I did not scream. I did not panic. I simply picked it up and walked out into the wheat field. I threw the stone as far as I could, watching it disappear into the golden stalks. The next day, there were 2 stones on the doorstep. The day after that, 3 were arranged in a perfect line on the hood of my car. The presence had not stayed at the lake. It had not been destroyed by the fire. It had simply been waiting for me to settle, for the fear to become a dull ache rather than a sharp sting. It was playing with me again, showing me that distance was an illusion. I realized that Elias was right about one thing I had misunderstood. The claim was not on my physical body. The claim was on my mind. By taking my shadow and my image, the entity had created a bridge. It did not matter where I went because I was carrying the wilderness inside me. I sat in my brightly lit living room, clutching a kitchen knife and staring at the door. I knew that running again would not help. I had already fled as far as the geography would allow. I looked at the 3 stones I had brought inside, now sitting on the coffee table. They were not just rocks. They were anchors, pulling the reality of the mountains into this flat, dry world. I understood then that the entity was not trying to bring me back to the woods. It was bringing the woods to me. That night the whistling returned. It did not come from the vents or the floorboards. It came from the telephone. I picked up the receiver, and instead of a dial tone, I heard that high, thin melody, the flute made of bone. It was louder now, more confident. Between the notes, I could hear the sound of a zipper. I dropped the phone and backed away, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I looked at the window. The wheat field was gone. In its place, a wall of dark, ancient trees pressed against the glass. The branches were swaying in a wind I could not hear, their needles scraping against the pane with a sound like sharpening knives. I did not blink, I did not look away. I knew that if I closed my eyes, the house would vanish entirely, and I would find myself back on that ledge, standing over the black water of the lake. I reached for the light switch and turned it off. I did not want to see the transformation anymore. I wanted to meet it in the dark, on my own terms. I sat in the middle of the room and waited. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the air, drowning out the scent of the grain elevator. I felt the floor beneath me change from hardwood to soft, mossy ground. The temperature dropped until I could see my breath in the gloom. I reached out my hand and felt the rough bark of a hemlock tree where my bookshelf should have been. I was no longer in the house. I was back in the heart of the Cascades, but the mountains were different now. They were made of my memories, my fears, and the pieces of myself that I had left behind. A figure emerged from the shadows between the trees. It was tall and thin, wearing the tattered olive drab jacket I had burned on the ridge. It did not have a face, but it had my shadow. The dark shape on the ground behind it moved in perfect synchronization with my own breathing. The entity held out a hand, and in its palm was the photograph I had dropped into the lake. The image was no longer of me sitting in my apartment. It was a picture of me sitting right here, in this moment, surrounded by the ghosts of the forest. I did not feel terror anymore. I felt a strange, cold clarity. The thing in the woods was a mimic, a mirror, and a thief, but it could only take what I gave it. I had given it my fear, my attention, and my flight. I had allowed it to become the most important thing in my world. I stood up and walked toward the figure. It did not move. It did not retreat. I reached out and took the photograph from its hand. I did not look at the image. I tore it into 100 tiny pieces and let them fall like snow onto the moss. I looked at the place where its face should have been and I spoke. I told it that I was not a stone to be moved. I told it that I was not a shadow to be worn. I told it that the mountains were just rock and ice, and that the silence was just the absence of noise. As I spoke, the trees began to flicker. The smell of the forest wafted away, replaced by the scent of dry wheat and old brick. The tall figure began to dissolve, its form breaking apart into 1,000 gray moths that fluttered away into the night. The light of the moon broke through the canopy, but it was not the cold eye of the lake. It was the soft, filtered light of a street lamp. I was back in my living room. The dresser was still in front of the door. The kitchen knife was still on the floor. I walked to the window and looked out. The wheat field was there, vast and golden under the stars. There were no trees. There was no whistling. I went to the coffee table and picked up the 3 river stones. They felt lighter now, like ordinary pebbles gathered from a stream. I opened the front door and walked out into the night. I walked until I reached the edge of the property, where the dirt road met the field. I knelt down and buried the stones deep in the soil, patting the earth flat above them. I was not hiding them. I was returning them to the ground where they belonged. I returned to my house and turned on every light, but this time it was not out of fear. It was a celebration. I knew that the entity might still be out there, somewhere in the high ridges, watching for the next surveyor to lose their way. But it no longer had a claim on me. I had looked into the mirror of the wilderness, and I had chosen to see myself, not the monster it wanted me to be. I stayed in that small town for many years. I grew to love the flat horizon and the way the wind moved through the wheat like a golden sea. I never went back to the mountains. I never looked at a map of the Cascades. I lived a quiet, ordinary life, and when I died, I did so in a room filled with light, surrounded by people who knew my name but did not know my shadow. The forest is a place of ancient power and deep mysteries, but it is only as strong as the fear we bring into it. I am gone now, but the story remains, a warning to those who hear the whistling in the trees. Do not follow the straight line. Do not pick up the stones. And above all, do not let the mountains see how much you want to belong to them. The morning after I buried the stones, the world felt thinner, as if a layer of heavy fabric had been stripped away from my vision. I sat on my porch and watched the sun rise over the wheat. For the first time in months, the light did not feel like a shield I had to maintain. It was just the sun. My hands were steady as I held a cup of coffee. I looked at the golden horizon and realized that while I had won a victory, the cost of that victory was a permanent change in the way I perceived the world. I could no longer look at a shadow without calculating its source. I could no longer hear a sudden breeze without straining for a melody. I had escaped the mountains, but the mountains had left their geometry in my mind. I returned to the grain elevator that afternoon. The noise of the machinery was a physical relief. I leaned against the vibrating metal siding of the main silo and let the mechanical roar wash over me. My coworkers moved around me like ghosts of a different life. They spoke of rain and the price of fuel. I listened to their voices and tried to anchor myself to their reality. One man, a veteran farmer named Silas, stopped near me to wipe grease from his hands. He looked at me with eyes that had seen 70 years of harvests. He asked if I was feeling better, noting that I had looked like a man who had seen his own funeral the week before. I told him I had simply been tired. He nodded, but he did not look away. He told me that the land out here was honest, but it was also hungry. He said that anything that lived in the wide open had to learn how to root itself deep, or the wind would eventually find a way to carry it off. His words stayed with me as I drove home. I began to understand that my isolation in the wheat fields was another kind of straight line. I was trying to map my life around a void. I had removed the trees and the peaks, but I had replaced them with a rigid, fearful artificiality. I decided then that I would not spend the rest of my days hiding behind a dresser and a kitchen knife. If I was to truly break the claim, I had to stop being a victim of the memory. I had to become a person who could exist in the world without constantly checking the perimeter. That evening, I did something I had not done since the night on the ridge. I turned off the lights in my living room. I sat in the darkness and waited. My heart rate climbed and my breath became shallow. I felt the familiar prickle of static on my skin. I waited for the smell of damp earth. I waited for the sound of the bone flute. I sat for 1 hour, then 2. The house remained a house. The air remained dry. The only sounds were the ticking of a clock and the distant cry of a coyote. I realized that the entity was not a constant presence that followed me. It was a potential that I activated with my own terror. By refusing to feed the fear, I was starving the bridge. I began to reclaim my life in small, deliberate steps. I bought a new set of clothes that felt like they belonged to the person I was becoming, not the person I had been. I started walking into the town center in the evenings, forcing myself to sit in the local diner and talk to strangers. I learned the names of the shopkeepers and the history of the local high school football team. I was weaving a new tapestry of identity, one made of mundane details and human connections. I was building a wall of noise, but it was a healthy noise, the sound of a community instead of the sound of a machine. However, the wilderness is patient. It does not always strike with a roar or a shadow. Sometimes it speaks through the mouth of a friend. 6 months after I moved to the plains, a letter arrived at my house. It had been forwarded through several addresses before finding me. The envelope was thick and yellowed, with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a small, dried leaf of a hemlock tree. The paper contained no writing, only a hand-drawn map of a trail I did not recognize. At the center of the map was a circle, and inside the circle was my name, written in a hand that looked disturbingly like my own. I stared at the map for a long time. I did not burn it. I did not throw it away. I took it to the kitchen table and studied the lines. The topography was familiar, a series of steep ridges and deep basins that could only exist in the high Cascades. I realized that someone or something was inviting me back. It was not a threat. It was a summons. I felt a cold chill settle in my chest, but it was accompanied by a strange sense of curiosity. Who had sent this? Was there someone else out there who had survived the lake? Or was this the entity reaching out through the postal service, proving that no distance was truly safe? I placed the map in a drawer and went back to my work. I told myself it did not matter, but the presence of the paper in my house acted like a slow poison. I began to dream again, not of the lake, but of the man I had replaced. I dreamed of the surveyor who had left his boots and his journals behind. In my dreams, he was not a monster. He was a man who had simply become too quiet. He was wandering the ridges, looking for a voice he had lost. He would stop at the edge of a cliff and look toward the east, toward the plains where I was hiding. He was waiting for me to finish the work he had started. The dreams became more vivid. I started to see the world through his eyes. I felt the weight of the transit on my shoulder. I felt the sting of the mountain air on my cheeks. I saw the straight lines he had carved through the brush, and I understood the beauty of the geometry he was trying to impose on the chaos of the woods. He was not trying to conquer the mountain. He was trying to understand it, and the mountain had responded by trying to understand him in return. The entity was not a predator in the way a wolf is a predator. It was a mirror that had grown tired of reflecting nothing but trees and stone. It wanted a soul to reflect. It wanted a story. I realized that by running away, I had left a part of my story unfinished. I had broken the claim, but I had not closed the door. The map in my drawer was a key. I spent several weeks in a state of quiet contemplation. I continued my work at the grain elevator, but my mind was elsewhere. I was weighing the safety of the plains against the necessity of closure. I knew that if I stayed here, I would always be looking over my shoulder. I would always be the man who ran. If I wanted to be truly free, I had to face the source of the silence one last time. I did not go back to the lake. I did not go back to the ridge where I had burned the pack. Instead, I used the map to find a different entry point into the mountains, a place far to the north of my original survey area. I told Silas I was taking a week of vacation. He looked at me and nodded, his eyes knowing. He told me to keep my feet on the ground and my head out of the clouds. I thanked him and drove west. The transition from the flatlands to the foothills was a slow, agonizing process. As the horizon began to ripple and rise, I felt a physical pressure in my ears. The air grew heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. I did not feel the terror I had expected. I felt a grim sense of purpose. I was not a victim this time. I was a witness. I reached the trailhead at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks, casting long, purple shadows across the valley. I stepped out of my car and took a deep breath. The silence of the woods greeted me like an old enemy. I did not carry a map or a compass. I had the hand-drawn map in my pocket, but I did not need it. I could feel the pull of the circle. I began to walk. I did not follow the trail. I walked straight into the brush, my feet finding the rhythm of the uneven ground with a muscle memory that had never truly faded. I climbed through thickets of huckleberry and over the fallen trunks of ancient cedars. I did not look for my shadow. I did not listen for the whistling. I simply moved toward the center. As I climbed higher, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more spaced apart. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of white moss that muffled the sound of my footsteps. The air became unnaturally still. I reached a high plateau that overlooked a deep glacial cirque. In the center of the plateau was a ring of standing stones, each one as tall as a man and smooth as glass. They were not natural formations. They were basalt pillars that had been polished by centuries of wind and something else. Inside the ring of stones, the ground was bare. No grass or moss grew there. It was just gray dust and small white pebbles. I stepped into the circle and felt a sudden, profound sense of weightlessness. The world outside the stones seemed to blur and recede. I was standing in a pocket of reality that was separate from the rest of the mountain. In the center of the circle sat a small wooden box. It was weathered and gray, but it was intact. I knelt beside the box and opened the lid. Inside was a collection of items that made my breath catch in my throat. There was a rusted compass, a bundle of surveyor stakes, a tattered notebook, and a photograph. I picked up the photograph. It was an old black and white image of a group of men standing in front of a log cabin. They were smiling, their arms around each other's shoulders. I recognized the man in the center. It was the surveyor from the journal. He looked young and full of life. He did not look like a man who was destined to become a shadow. I turned the photograph over. On the back, a single sentence was written in the same hand that had drawn the map. It said, "The silence is not a void, it is a conversation." I realized then that the entity was not a single monster. It was a manifestation of the mountain's memory. It collected the stories of those who entered the deep woods, and it played them back to whoever was willing to listen. The surveyor had not been taken. He had been absorbed. He had become part of the mountain because he had stopped talking to the world of men and started talking to the world of stone. I looked around the circle of stones. I did not see the faceless figure. I did not hear the bone flute. I heard the mountain itself. It was a low, subsonic hum that vibrated in my teeth. It was the sound of the earth breathing. It was not hostile. It was simply vast. I understood that the claim was only as strong as the resistance I offered. If I fought the silence, it would try to consume me. If I accepted it, it would let me pass. I took the items out of the box and spread them on the gray dust. I took the map from my pocket and added it to the pile. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small loaf of bread and a bottle of water I had brought from the town. I placed them in the box as an offering, not to a god or a monster, but to the memory of the men who had come before me. I was acknowledging the connection between the world of the plains and the world of the peaks. As I did this, the weight in my chest finally dissipated. The static on my skin vanished. I looked down at the ground and saw my shadow. It was sharp and clear, cast by the fading light of the sun. It was just a shadow. I stood up and walked out of the circle of stones. I did not look back. I hiked down the mountain in the gathering twilight, my path lit by the rising moon. I reached my car and started the engine. The radio flickered to life, playing a loud, brassy song from a station in the valley. I did not turn it off. I drove back toward the east, toward the wheat fields and the grain elevator. I did not move again. I stayed in my small brick house. I continued to work with Silas and the others. I eventually married a woman from the town, a school teacher who loved the way the wind sounded in the crops. We had children who grew up playing in the open fields, children who did not know the fear of the dark woods. I never told them about the Cascades. I never told them about the lake or the shadow. I wanted them to grow up in a world where the horizon was a promise, not a threat. But sometimes, on a very quiet night, when the moon is full and the wind is still, I sit on my porch and look toward the west. I cannot see the mountains from here, but I know they are there. I know they are watching, patient and old. I think about the box in the circle of stones. I think about the surveyor and the photograph. I realize that we are all just stories the earth tells itself. Some stories are loud and short, like a summer storm. Others are long and quiet, like the growth of a cedar. I have made my peace with the silence. I have broken the straight line by embracing the curve of the world. I am no longer a piece of the mountain. I am a man who lived to tell the tale, and for now that is enough. The wilderness is still out there, but so am I, and in the end, the light and the dark are just two sides of the same mountain. I closed my eyes and listened to the wheat, and for the first time in my life, I was truly home. Years passed in the quiet rhythm of the plains. I watched the seasons turn the wheat from green shoots to golden stalks and then to the gray stubble of winter. I thought the peace I found in that circle of stones would be the final chapter of my ordeal. I believed that by returning the artifacts and offering my bread and water, I had balanced the scales. For a long time, the world seemed to agree. I became a fixture of the town. I was the man who worked at the grain elevator, the one who married the school teacher and helped build the new community center. My life was thick with the weight of real things. I felt the heat of the summer sun on my neck and the cold bite of the winter wind against my face. These were honest sensations. They did not whisper or hide. They simply were. But the memory of the mountain is long, and the nature of a claim is more complex than a simple debt. It was during the 10th year of my life in the wheat fields that the first sign of the unraveling appeared. It did not come from the west. It did not come from the high ridges of the Cascades. It came from the very ground beneath my feet. It started with the water. The town relied on deep wells that tapped into the ancient aquifers beneath the soil. One morning, as I filled a glass from the kitchen tap, I noticed a change. The water was clear, but it carried a faint, metallic scent. It was the smell of wet basalt and crushed pine needles. I took a sip and felt a sudden, sharp chill in my marrow. It was the taste of the glacial runoff from the hidden lake. I told myself it was a mineral shift in the well. I told myself that the earth was vast and that water traveled in ways I could not understand. But then the birds changed their patterns. The plains were usually filled with the songs of meadowlarks and the cry of hawks. Now they were silent. In their place came the ravens. They did not arrive in small groups. They came in a black tide, settling on the roofs of the barns and the arms of the power lines. They did not croak or call. They simply watched. Their eyes were like small, polished river stones. Everywhere I went, the black birds followed. They lined the path to the grain elevator. They sat in the trees outside the school where my wife taught. They were a living map of my movements, a dark geometry that traced my every step. I began to feel the thinness again. The world of the plains, which had felt so solid and rooted, started to shimmer at the edges. I would be talking to Silas about the harvest, and for a split second, his voice would be replaced by the sound of the wind through a mountain pass. I would look at the flat horizon and see the phantom peaks of the Cascades rising like ghosts against the blue sky. The mountains were not coming back to me. They were bleeding into my reality. I realized that the circle of stones had not been a door I could close. It had been a suture, and the stitches were starting to pull apart. One evening, my oldest son came into the living room holding something he had found in the dirt road. He was 6 years old, with eyes full of wonder and a heart that knew nothing of shadows. He opened his hand to show me his treasure. In his palm lay a single, smooth river stone. It was identical to the ones I had buried years ago. It was the exact shade of gray, with the same white vein running through the center. My heart stopped. I asked him where he had found it. He pointed toward the edge of our property, where the wheat met the road. He said there were many of them. He said they were growing out of the ground like potatoes. I walked out to the road in the fading light. The earth was heaving. Small mounds of soil were being pushed upward, and from each mound a stone emerged. They were not just appearing. They were being spat out by the land. I knelt down and touched the soil. It was cold. It was far colder than the autumn air should have allowed. I dug my fingers into the dirt and felt the hard, smooth surfaces of hundreds of pebbles. The plains were rejecting the gift I had given them. The earth of the wheat fields was refusing to hold the secrets of the mountains any longer. The two worlds were incompatible, and the friction between them was beginning to tear the fabric of my life. That night the whistling returned. It did not come from the distance. It came from inside the walls of my house. It was soft, a mere breath of a melody, but it was unmistakable. It was the song of the bone flute. I sat in the dark, listening to the sound as it drifted through the hallways and curled around the corners of the rooms. My wife slept beside me, her breathing steady and deep. She did not hear it. To her, the world was still a place of simple truths. But to me, the house had become a resonant chamber for the mountain's voice. The entity was not outside. It was not waiting in the woods. It was inhabiting the space I had built for myself. It was using the noise of my life as a disguise. I understood then that the surveyor from the photograph had not been absorbed because he was quiet. He had been absorbed because he tried to map the unmappable. He had tried to bring the logic of lines and measurements to a place that existed outside of human geometry. I had done the same thing. I had tried to map my recovery. I had tried to build a life based on the negation of my experience. I had treated my survival as a series of steps, a straight line leading away from the dark. But the mountains do not move in straight lines. They move in circles. They move in the slow, crushing weight of glaciers and the sudden, violent shift of tectonic plates. I went to the kitchen and took the knife from the drawer. Not the one I had used years ago, but a new one, sharp and bright. I walked out to the porch and looked at the ravens. There were hundreds of them now, a solid wall of black feathers against the starlight. I did not feel fear. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion. I was tired of running. I was tired of building walls that the wind could blow through. I called out into the darkness. I did not use a name, for the entity had none. I simply spoke to the silence. I told it that I was ready to finish the conversation. The ravens took flight all at once. The sound of their wings was like a sudden storm, a rushing of air that drowned out the whistling. They circled the house 3 times, their bodies blotting out the stars, and then they vanished into the west. The silence that followed was absolute. It was the silence of the high peaks, the silence of the lake before the first ripple. I stood on the porch and waited. I expected the faceless figure to step out from the wheat. I expected the cold hand on my shoulder, but nothing happened. The world remained still. The next morning, the stones were gone. The road was smooth and dusty, as if nothing had ever disturbed the soil. The water from the tap tasted of iron and lime again. The ravens did not return, but the change in me was permanent. I realized that the entity had not been trying to take me back to the mountains. It had been trying to show me that there is no such thing as an ordinary life. Every step we take is on the surface of a deep and ancient mystery. The wheat fields were just as haunted as the forests. The plains were just as hungry as the peaks. The only difference was the way the light hit the ground. I went back to work at the grain elevator, but I no longer leaned against the metal siding for relief. I listened to the machinery and heard the same hum I had heard in the circle of stones. I looked at Silas and saw not just a farmer, but a man who had spent 70 years dancing on the edge of the void. We were all surveyors, trying to draw our little maps on the face of an infinite wilderness. I stopped trying to hide my shadow. I let it stretch out behind me, long and dark, a part of the landscape. I began to tell my wife the truth, not all at once, but in small pieces. I told her about the lake and the way the light filtered through the trees. I told her about the man in the journal and the weight of the 3 stones. She listened with a quiet intensity, her hand resting on mine. She did not think I was mad. She lived in a world where the wind could rip a roof off a barn in seconds, and where the frost could kill a season's hope in a single night. She understood that the land had a will of its own. By sharing the story, I was no longer the sole keeper of the secret. The burden was distributed. The line was no longer straight. It was beginning to weave into the lives of others. But as I spoke, I noticed something in her eyes, a flicker of something I had seen in the mirror at the cabin, a spark of curiosity that bordered on hunger. She started asking questions about the geography of the Cascades. She wanted to know the names of the ridges and the depth of the basins. She started looking toward the west with a longing that frightened me. I realized that by telling the story, I was not just freeing myself, I was planting a seed. The mountain was using me to reach out to someone new. The conversation was continuing, and I was the one providing the words. I stopped talking. I buried the rest of the story deep inside me, deeper than the stones had ever been. I realized that some things must remain unsaid if we are to survive. The wilderness does not just want our bodies, it wants our fascination. It feeds on the way we look at it. I watched my wife and my children, and I saw the way they moved through the world with such beautiful, fragile certainty. I vowed to protect that certainty, even if it meant living with the whistling for the rest of my days. I became the guardian of the silence. The letter arrived a week later. It was not a map this time. It was a photograph, identical to the one I had found in the wooden box, but there was one difference. In the group of men standing in front of the cabin, there was a new figure. He was standing at the very edge of the frame, half hidden by the shadow of a cedar tree. He was wearing a modern work jacket, the kind they gave out at the grain elevator. He was looking directly at the camera, and he was smiling. It was me. I did not show the photograph to anyone. I took it to the furnace in the basement and watched it curl and blacken in the heat. I realized that the mountain was not waiting for me to return. It had already taken what it wanted. I was already part of the memory. The man living in the brick house, the man who worked at the elevator, was the shadow. The real me was still up there, standing in the circle of stones, watching the sun set over the glacial cirque. I was a ghost inhabiting a living life. This realization brought a strange kind of peace. If I was already gone, there was nothing left to fear. I could enjoy the warmth of my wife's hand and the laughter of my children without the constant dread of the future. I was a story that had already been told. I lived the rest of my years with a quiet grace, moving through the world like a man who knows the ending of the book. I watched the wheat grow and the ravens fly, and I understood that it was all part of the same grand, indifferent design. When the end finally came, I was not afraid. I lay in my bed, the room filled with the soft light of the plains. I could hear the wind in the crops, a sound like a distant sea, but beneath that sound I heard something else. It was a whistle, clear and high, coming from the foot of the bed. I looked up and saw the faceless figure. It was not a monster. It was a reflection. It was the part of me that had never left the ridge. It reached out a hand and I took it. I felt the cold, the damp earth, and the scent of pine. I felt the weight of the transit on my shoulder and the sting of the mountain air. I was no longer a man of the plains. I was a surveyor again, ready to map the darkness. I stepped out of the room and into the trees, and the straight line finally became a circle. The transition from the world of the living to the world of the mountain did not feel like a death. It felt like a homecoming. When I took the hand of the faceless figure, the walls of the bedroom in the brick house dissolved like smoke in a stiff breeze. The smell of lavender and old paper was replaced by the sharp, acidic scent of crushed needles and the ancient, frozen breath of the glacier. I was standing on the edge of the ridge again. The sun was forever stuck in that moment of indigo twilight where the shadows have more substance than the trees. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer the weathered hands of a man who worked at the grain elevator. They were the hands of the surveyor, steady and pale, holding the brass instruments of a trade that seeks to define the infinite. I realized that the life I had lived for 30 years in the valley was the dream, and this was the waking. The wife I had loved and the children I had raised were beautiful echoes, but they belonged to the soil of the plains. I belonged to the stone. The figure beside me did not speak, yet I understood its purpose. It was the witness. It was the one who watched the mountains move when no human eye was present. It began to walk toward the hidden lake, and I followed. Every step I took felt lighter than the last. The gravity of the earth was different here. It did not pull at the bones, it pulled at the soul. We moved through the thickets of cedar where the branches did not scratch my skin, but seemed to part as if they were made of mist. As we descended toward the water, I saw others. They were not ghosts in the way the stories described them. They were figures carved out of the landscape itself. I saw a man sitting on a fallen log, his body blending into the bark until only the shape of his shoulders gave him away. He was holding a compass that glowed with a soft, internal light. He did not look up as I passed. He was too busy recording the shifting of the stars. Further down, near the edge of the scree slope, a woman stood perfectly still. Her hair was the color of winter grass, and her eyes were the deep, stagnant green of the lake. She was listening to the heartbeat of the mountain, her feet rooted deep into the permafrost. These were the ones who had been claimed before me. They were the map makers who had lost their way and found a different kind of direction. The whistling began again, but it was no longer a haunting sound. It was a symphony. It came from the hollows of the rocks and the gaps between the peaks. It was the music of the geometry that holds the world together. I understood now that the mountain was not a place of malice. It was a place of absolute indifference. It did not want to hurt the men who came into its heart. It simply wanted to use them to perceive itself. A mountain cannot know its own height or the depth of its shadows without a mind to measure them. We were the sensors. We were the eyes and ears of the stone. By bringing our human consciousness into the wilderness, we gave the wilderness a way to exist in time. We reached the shore of the lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting a sky that was crowded with more stars than I had ever seen from the porch of my house. There were constellations here that did not exist in the books. They were patterns of light that traced the history of the earth before the first blade of grass had even dreamed of growing. The faceless figure pointed toward the center of the lake. There, rising out of the black water, was a small island of white marble that I had not seen during my first visit. On the island stood the wooden box I had left in the circle of stones. It was open. I waded into the water. It was not cold. It felt like stepping into a memory. As I walked, the ripples I created did not move outward. They moved inward, toward my body, as if the lake were absorbing the very fact of my motion. I reached the island and looked into the box. The 3 stones were there, glowing with a faint, pulse-like rhythm. Beside them lay the photograph, but it was no longer a piece of paper. It was a window. I looked through it and saw the grain elevator in the valley. I saw Silas standing by the scales, looking toward the west with a puzzled expression on his face. I saw my wife sitting in the kitchen, staring at an empty chair. She looked sad, but she also looked relieved. She knew that the part of me she had loved was finally at rest, and the part of me she feared had returned to the place where fear was born. I reached down and picked up the photograph. As soon as my fingers touched it, the image changed. I saw the future of the town. I saw the wheat fields turning to dust as the climate shifted. I saw the brick house falling into ruin, its walls reclaimed by the weeds and the wind. I saw the names of my children being forgotten by the generations that followed. It did not hurt to see these things. In the scale of the mountain, a human life is a flicker of light between 2 long nights. The permanence I had sought in the valley was an illusion. The only thing that lasted was the silence and the stone. The faceless figure stepped onto the marble island beside me. It reached out and touched the 3 stones in the box. One by one, they turned into birds. They were not ravens, but small white swifts that smelled of ozone. They took flight, circling the island 3 times before spiraling upward toward the peak of the mountain. They were the 3 parts of my burden. The first was the guilt of the survivor. The second was the fear of the unknown. The third was the desire to be remembered. As they vanished into the clouds, I felt a profound emptiness. It was not the emptiness of loss, but the emptiness of a vessel that has finally been cleaned. I am the surveyor of the circle now. I do not carry a transit or a chain. I carry the awareness of the gaps between things. I spend my days, if days can be said to exist here, walking the perimeter of the high ridges. I watch the way the light hits the snow and the way the shadows stretch across the valleys. I record the growth of the lichen and the slow, grinding movement of the rocks. I am part of the conversation that the earth tells itself. Sometimes I look toward the east. I can see the lights of the towns flickering like a bed of dying coals on the edge of the world. I remember the taste of the bread and the sound of the school teacher laughing, but those memories are like the stories I read in books when I was a child. They are beautiful, but they are not real. The real world is the one where the wind whistles through the bone flute. The real world is the one where the straight line is revealed to be a lie. I have found the center of the labyrinth, and I have discovered that there is no monster waiting there. There is only a mirror. I look into the surface of the lake, and I do not see a face. I see the mountains. I see the sky. I see the endless, unfolding truth of the wilderness. I am no longer the man who lived to tell the tale. I am the tale itself, and the tale has no end, for the mountain is still growing, and the silence is still singing, and the dark and the light are still dancing on the edge of the same high ridge. I wait for the next traveler. I wait for the one who will come with a map and a heart full of questions. I will not hide from him. I will stand at the edge of his vision, a shadow among the cedars, a reminder that the world is much bigger than the lines he tries to draw upon it. I will whistle the song of the bone flute, and I will watch as he struggles to understand the weight in his chest. I will be the one who welcomes him when he finally realizes that he cannot leave. For in the end, we all return to the stone. We all become part of the map that no one can ever truly finish. The wilderness is out there, and now, so am I forever. The circle is complete. The claim is settled. I am home. The permanence of the mountain was not a static thing. It was a slow and grinding vibration that resonated through the marrow of my new existence. I stood upon the crest of the ridge and watched the seasons flicker across the valley floor like the shadows of passing clouds. Down there in the world of men, the time was measured by the ticking of clocks and the harvesting of crops, but up here the time was measured by the erosion of granite and the advancement of ice. I found that I did not miss the warmth of the wood stove or the smell of coffee in the morning. Those were comforts of the flesh, and my flesh had become something more akin to the moss and the shale. I was a witness to the secret processes of the earth. I watched the way the frost wedged itself into the cracks of the boulders, and how the roots of the alpine fir gripped the soil with a desperate and silent strength. I moved with a fluid ease that I had never known in my previous life. My joints did not ache and my lungs did not burn. I was part of the atmospheric pressure. I was the chill that settled in the hollows before the dawn. I spent a great deal of time observing the borderlands where the forest met the rock. It was a place of constant struggle and beautiful adaptation. I saw the elk move through the timber like tawny ghosts, and I understood their hunger and their fear. I saw the hawks circle the thermal vents, and I shared their perspective of the world as a series of heights and depths. The faceless figure was often near me, but we did not need to speak. Our communication was the shared observation of the unfolding landscape. We were the guardians of the transition. One evening, as the light turned the color of bruised plums, I felt a familiar ripple in the air. It was a disturbance in the silence that did not belong to the wind or the wildlife. It was the sound of a human heart beating with the frantic rhythm of the lost. I navigated the scree slope with effortless grace and looked down into a narrow ravine. There I saw a man. He was young and dressed in the bright synthetic fabrics of a modern hiker. He carried a pack that was too heavy and a map that was already beginning to tear at the folds. He was standing by a stream, and his hands were shaking as he checked a small electronic device. I saw the frustration and the mounting panic in his eyes. He was looking for a trail that had not existed for 40 years. He was trying to impose his will upon a terrain that did not recognize his authority. I felt a ghost of a sensation in my own chest. It was not pity, but a form of recognition. I remembered the weight of that same confusion. I remembered the way the trees seemed to lean inward, and how the sound of the water began to sound like mocking laughter. I watched him for a long time. He started to hike upward toward the ridge, thinking that height would bring clarity. He did not realize that the higher he went, the more the mountain would demand of him. He stopped to rest near a cluster of stunted hemlocks, and I saw him reach into his pocket. He pulled out a small silver whistle. He blew into it, and the sound was a sharp and piercing cry that sliced through the twilight. It was a call for help, but it was also a signal to the things that dwell in the dark. The faceless figure appeared beside me. It tilted its head as if listening to the frequency of the whistle. I knew what would happen next. The mountain would begin to respond. The shadows would stretch out to meet him, and the path would continue to shift beneath his boots. I wanted to tell him to turn back while the light still held, but I no longer had a voice that could be heard by the living. My voice was the rustle of the dry leaves and the groan of the shifting snow. I could only watch as he packed his gear and continued his ascent. He was walking directly toward the circle of stones. He was moving toward the place where the geometry of the world becomes a loop. As he climbed, the air grew thin and cold. I followed him at a distance, staying within the deep shadows of the rock faces. He began to talk to himself, a low and hurried mumble that was meant to keep the silence at bay. He spoke of a woman named Sarah and a house in a city I had once known. He spoke of things he intended to do when he got home. He was building a wall of words against the vastness of the peaks, but the mountain is a patient listener. It absorbs the words and turns them into echoes. By the time he reached the plateau where the cabin had once stood, the sun had dropped below the horizon, and the first stars were beginning to burn with a cold and hungry intensity. He stumbled into the clearing and saw the foundation stones of the old structure. He did not see the cabin as it had been. but he felt the residual energy of the sight. He dropped his pack and sat on a flat stone, gasping for air. He did not notice that the stones around him were arranged in a pattern that defied the logic of the slope. He did not see the way the grass had grown in a perfect ring around his feet. He reached for his water bottle, but his fingers were numb. He looked up at the peaks, and I saw the moment when the realization finally hit him. He was not just lost in space, but he was lost in something much deeper. He was at the center of the mystery, and the map in his hand was useless. The whistling began. It did not come from me, and it did not come from the faceless figure. It came from the earth itself. It was a low and resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very soles of his feet. He stood up and turned in a circle, his eyes wide with a primal terror. He blew his silver whistle again and again, but the sound was swallowed by the mountain. He started to run. He ran toward the west, thinking he could find the descent, but the mountain simply folded the distance. Every step he took brought him back to the same cluster of hemlocks. Every direction led to the center of the ring. He was a trapped bird fluttering against the glass of the atmosphere. I stepped out from behind a cedar tree. I did not mean to frighten him, but I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to understand that he was not alone in his transition. He stopped running and stared at me. To him, I must have looked like a tall and jagged shadow, a column of smoke and stone that had taken the shape of a man. He tried to speak, but his throat was too dry. He reached out a hand as if to touch the fabric of my jacket, but his fingers passed through the mist of my sleeve. He fell to his knees, and I saw the light in his eyes begin to change. The hunger was there now, the same spark I had seen in the mirror and in the eyes of my wife. He was beginning to look at the landscape not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a truth to be absorbed. The faceless figure moved closer to him. It placed a cold and translucent hand on the young man's shoulder. The hiker did not flinch. A strange calm washed over his features. The panic receded and was replaced by a profound and heavy exhaustion. He looked at the faceless figure, and then he looked at me. He saw the brass transit that I now carried, and he saw the way the stars reflected in the depths of my eyes. He understood that the search was over. He understood that the mountain had accepted his presence. He lay down on the cold earth and closed his eyes. He was not dying, but he was beginning the process of becoming a part of the memory. I stood over him and watched as the first layer of frost began to coat his jacket. I felt a sense of duty. I was the surveyor, and it was my job to mark this new addition to the map. I took a stone from the ground and placed it near his head. Then I took another and placed it near his heart. The third stone I placed at his feet. The circle was expanding. The history of the ridge was being written in the bodies of those who dared to measure it. I looked toward the west and saw the faint glow of the valley, but it felt like a distant and fading dream. The only reality was the stone and the wind, and the endless task of witnessing the infinite. The young man would wake up soon, but he would not be the same. He would find that the water tasted of iron, and that the stars spoke to him in a language he had always known but forgotten. He would become a shadow among the trees, a silent recorder of the shifting glaciers, and I would be there to guide him. We would walk the ridges together, two ghosts in a living world, mapping the darkness that the people in the valley would never see. I felt a deep and quiet satisfaction. The conversation was continuing. The mountain was speaking, and we were the words. The line was no longer straight, and the circle was no longer closed. It was a spiral reaching upward into the cold and perfect light of the high peaks. I turned away from the sleeping man and looked up at the summit. There was a storm gathering there, a swirl of snow and electricity that promised to reshape the face of the mountain once again. I felt the excitement of the change. I felt the power of the tectonic plates as they pushed against each other deep beneath the crust. I was ready for the winter. I was ready for the long silence. I walked toward the peak, my footsteps leaving no trace on the frozen ground. I was the guardian of the mystery, and I had finally found my place in the design. The world of men was a small and flickering candle, but the world of the mountain was an eternal flame. I stepped into the heart of the storm, and for the first time in 1,000 years, I felt completely and utterly alive. The storm did not come with a sudden crash, but with a gradual thickening of the air that made the very atmosphere feel like liquid lead. I climbed higher toward the jagged crown of the peak, where the wind lived in a state of perpetual fury. Each step I took was a negotiation with the elements. I was no longer a creature of bone and blood who had to worry about the bite of the frostbite or the failure of the heart. I was a part of the pressure system itself. The snow did not feel cold against my skin. It felt like the touch of 1,000 small and frantic fingers trying to tell me a secret. I looked back down the slope toward the place where the young man lay in his transformation. He was a small, dark shape against the vast white expanse of the plateau. He was the newest entry in the ledger of the mountain, and his presence added a new frequency to the vibration of the stone. The faceless figure was gone now, having merged back into the shadows of the lower forest, or perhaps into the marrow of the peak itself. I was alone, but I had never felt more connected to the totality of existence. I reached a ledge that overlooked a vertical drop of 3,000 feet. Below me, the clouds were churning in a violent dance of gray and purple. I could see the lightning flashing within the depths of the vapor. It was a silent light that illuminated the skeleton of the earth. I saw the veins of silver and gold that ran through the deep rock, and I saw the subterranean rivers that carved out cathedrals of ice far beneath the surface. I understood then that the mountain was not just a pile of rock. It was a living machine of immense complexity, and I was its newest gear. I reached into the pocket of my coat and found the brass transit that had once been the tool of my trade. It felt heavy and substantial. I set it upon a flat rock and looked through the lens. I did not see the world of lines and degrees. I saw the world of energy and intent. I saw the way the gravity of the peak pulled at the light of the stars. I saw the way the intentions of the people in the valley were like thin threads of smoke that dissipated long before they reached the timberline. I began to turn the dials. I was not measuring the distance between 2 points on a map. I was measuring the distance between the soul and the silence. I found that the distance was 0. They were the same thing. The storm broke over me with a roar that would have deafened a mortal man. The wind reached a velocity that could strip the bark from a cedar tree, but I stood firm. I was as heavy as the granite beneath my feet. I opened my mouth and let the wind rush inside me. It filled my chest with the taste of ancient oceans and the scent of dead stars. I felt my identity stretching and thinning until I was no longer a man named for a family and a town. I was the surveyor of the void. I was the keeper of the high places. I watched as the snow buried the transit and the rock and the memory of the trail. The world was being erased so that it could be written again. In the middle of the blizzard, I saw a vision of the valley as it would be in 1,000 years. The town was gone. The grain elevator had collapsed into a heap of rusted iron and rotting wood. The river had changed its course, and the fields of wheat had been replaced by a dense and tangled forest of oak and pine. There was no sign that humans had ever walked there. There were no fences and no roads. There were only the tracks of the wolves and the steady growth of the moss. I felt a sense of peace at this sight. It was not a vision of destruction, but a vision of return. The earth was reclaiming its own, and the mountain was the witness to that reclamation. I began to descend the other side of the peak, toward a valley that I had never explored during my life as a man. This was the dark side of the mountain, where the sun never reached the bottom of the canyons. The air here was thick with the smell of damp earth and old growth. The trees were massive, their trunks wider than the houses in the village. Their branches were draped in long curtains of pale green lichen that swayed in the wind like the hair of a drowned giant. I walked through this forest for what felt like centuries. I saw animals that had no names in the books of the naturalists. I saw great white stags with antlers that looked like frozen lightning and small feathered serpents that lived in the hollows of the roots. I found a cave at the base of a black cliff. The entrance was shaped like a perfect arch, and the walls were smooth as if they had been polished by the passage of 1,000,000 years of water. I entered the cave and felt the temperature rise. The deeper I went, the more the walls began to glow with a faint phosphorescence. I heard the sound of a heartbeat. It was not my own, and it was not the heartbeat of a man. It was the heartbeat of the mountain itself, a deep and rhythmic thrumming that shook the very foundation of the world. I followed the sound until I reached a central chamber. In the middle of the chamber was a pool of liquid that looked like molten silver. I stood at the edge of the pool and looked into its surface. I saw the history of the universe unfolding in the ripples. I saw the birth of the sun and the cooling of the crust. I saw the first life crawling out of the sea and the rise and fall of empires that the world had forgotten. I saw the faces of every person who had ever lived and every person who would ever be born. They were all part of the same stream of consciousness, and they were all flowing toward the same destination. I realized then that the mountain was the anchor for this stream. It was the point of stability in a world of constant flux. I reached out and touched the surface of the silver pool. The liquid was neither hot nor cold. It felt like the absence of sensation. As my finger made contact, the images in the pool vanished and were replaced by a single point of light. The light grew until it filled the entire chamber. I felt myself being pulled into the center of that light. I was no longer a shadow or a surveyor. I was a pulse of pure awareness. I was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I was the wind on the ridge and the water in the stream and the fire in the core of the earth. I was the silence that existed before the first word was spoken. When the light faded, I found myself back on the ledge near the summit. The storm had passed and the sky was a deep and velvet blue. The stars were so bright that they cast shadows on the snow. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer made of mist and smoke. They were made of a substance that looked like polished obsidian. I was solid and permanent. I had been forged in the heart of the mountain, and I was now a part of its eternal structure. I looked toward the east, where the sun was beginning to touch the horizon. The light was a pale gold that turned the snow into a field of diamonds. I saw the young man from the night before. He was standing on the plateau, his head tilted back as he looked at the sky. He looked different. His synthetic clothes were gone, replaced by a simple tunic of woven grass and hide. His eyes were the color of the mountain stream. He saw me standing on the ledge, and he raised a hand in greeting. He did not look afraid. He looked like he had finally come home. I nodded to him, and then I turned and began to walk along the ridge. My work was not finished. There were still gaps to be measured and silences to be recorded. There were still travelers who would come with their maps and their questions, and I would be there to meet them. The cycle was continuing, and I was the motion within the cycle. I felt the weight of the mountain behind me and the vastness of the sky above me. I was the surveyor of the infinite and the guardian of the stone. I walked into the light of the new day knowing that I would never again feel the sting of loneliness or the bite of fear. I was the mountain, and the mountain was me. We were the tale that had no end, and we were the song that would never fall silent. The world below would continue to spin, and the people would continue to build their fragile houses and dream their short dreams, but up here the truth would remain. The stone would endure. the silence would sing, and I would be here forever watching the dancing of the dark and the light on the edge of the world. I followed the narrow spine of the ridge until I reached the highest point where the air was so thin it felt like breathing crystal. From this vantage, I could see the curvature of the earth. I could see the way the mountains formed a great spine across the continent, a barrier that held back the chaos of the sea. I saw the way the shadows of the peaks moved across the land like the hands of a giant clock. I sat on the summit and closed my eyes. I could hear the music of the spheres, the low and resonant hum of the planets as they moved through their orbits. It was a harmony that was too deep for the human ear to perceive, but I could feel it in the marrow of my obsidian bones. I stayed on the summit for a time that could not be measured by minutes or hours. I watched as empires rose and fell in the distance. I watched as the forests retreated and advanced. I saw the coming of the great ice and the return of the sun. I was a witness to the slow and deliberate pulse of the planet. I felt no sorrow for the things that passed away, for I knew that they were simply changing form. Nothing was ever truly lost in the economy of the mountain. It was all stored in the memory of the stone. Every tear that had been shed and every laugh that had been shared was etched into the grain of the granite. Eventually, I felt a pull from the lower slopes. It was a call that was familiar and urgent. I stood up and began the descent. I moved with the speed of a falling star, crossing the miles of rock and ice in a matter of moments. I reached the forest where the ancient trees stood in their silent vigil. I walked through the shadows until I came to a small clearing that I had not seen before. In the center of the clearing was a circle of white stones, and inside the circle was a wooden box. It was the same box I had left on the island, but it was closed now. I knelt beside the box and placed my hand on the lid. The wood was warm and it vibrated with a soft hum. I opened the box and saw that the 3 stones had returned. They were no longer birds, but solid pieces of the mountain. Beside them lay the photograph of my wife and children. I looked at their faces and I felt a flicker of the old emotion, but it was like looking at a dream from a previous life. They were beautiful and they were real in their own time, but their time was not my time. I picked up the photograph and held it to my chest. I felt the love that had once defined my existence, and I let it flow into the stone beneath me. I was giving the mountain the gift of human warmth. I placed the photograph back in the box and closed the lid. I stood up and looked around the clearing. The trees seemed to lean in toward me, and the wind whispered a name that I had almost forgot. It was my name, the name of the man who had set out to survey the boundary and ended up becoming the boundary himself. I smiled and turned toward the north. There were new ridges to explore and new gaps to map. The wilderness was calling, and I was ready to answer. I walked out of the clearing and into the deep green heart of the forest. I was no longer a ghost or a man. I was a living part of the landscape, a permanent fixture in the ever-changing world. I was the surveyor of the circle, and the circle was finally complete. The forest did not end where the map said it should. It deepened into a cathedral of shadows where the air tasted of ancient resin and the breath of things that had never known the warmth of a hearth. I moved through the undergrowth with a fluid grace that was born of the mountain itself. My feet did not crush the ferns, and my passage did not disturb the resting birds. I was a part of the silence, and the silence was my home. I reached the edge of a deep ravine where a river of turquoise water tumbled over boulders the size of houses. The sound of the water was a roar that vibrated in my chest, and for a moment I felt the phantom itch of my old human ears. But the sensation passed, and I understood the sound not as noise, but as a complex mathematical formula that described the shape of the gravity and the resistance of the earth. I descended into the ravine and found a bridge of woven roots that spanned the chasm. It was not built by any man, and it was not a product of chance. It was a manifestation of the intent of the forest to connect the two sides of its own consciousness. I crossed the bridge and felt the spirit of the wood rising up to meet me. The trees here were older than the concept of nations. Their bark was thick and gnarled, and their roots reached deep into the belly of the world to drink from the primary sources. I saw markings on the trunks that looked like eyes, and I knew that they were watching me. They did not judge. They simply recorded. I was the surveyor, and they were the data. On the other side of the ravine, I found a trail that led toward a series of limestone caves. The air grew cooler, and the light took on a greenish hue. I felt the presence of others. They were not hikers or surveyors, but the echoes of those who had come before. I saw a woman standing by a waterfall. She was wearing a dress of fine silk that should have been shredded by the thorns, but it looked as pristine as the day it was woven. Her hair was a cloud of silver, and her eyes were empty of everything but the reflection of the water. She did not speak, but I felt her recognition. She was a guardian of the threshold, a spirit who had chosen to stay at the point where the world of light met the world of shadow. I bowed to her, and she vanished into the mist of the falls. I entered the first cave and found that the walls were covered in paintings. They were not the primitive sketches of cavemen, but sophisticated diagrams of the stars and the planets. I saw the movement of the galaxies and the birth of suns. I saw the way the Earth was connected to the rest of the cosmos by invisible tethers of energy. I realized that the mountain was a focal point for these tethers. It was a lightning rod for the divine and a grounding wire for the mundane. I traced the lines with my fingers and felt the pulse of the universe flowing through me. I was not just mapping a ridge. I was mapping the architecture of reality. The cave system was vast and intricate. It was a labyrinth that mirrored the folds of the human brain. I walked for days, or perhaps it was only hours. Time had no meaning in the dark. I found chambers filled with the bones of animals that had gone extinct 10,000 years ago, and I found chambers filled with the seeds of plants that would not bloom for another 10,000 years. Everything was preserved in a state of perfect potential. I found a central hall where a pillar of ice rose from the floor to the ceiling. Inside the ice was a man. He was dressed in the clothes of a century long past, and he held a compass in his hand. His face was frozen in an expression of intense concentration. He was the one who had come before me. He was the previous surveyor who had failed to cross the boundary of his own ego. I stood before the pillar of ice and felt a profound sadness. He had been so close to the truth, but he had been afraid to let go of his name and his history. He had tried to capture the mountain in a notebook, and the mountain had captured him instead. I placed my hand on the ice and felt the coldness of his failure. I did not try to thaw him. He was a part of the record, now a warning to those who would seek to master the infinite without first surrendering to it. I turned away and continued my journey. I was moving toward the heart of the mystery, and I knew that there was no turning back. I emerged from the caves on a high plateau that was hidden from the rest of the world by a ring of jagged peaks. In the center of the plateau was a lake of black water that was so still it looked like a sheet of glass. There was no wind here and no sound. The air was heavy with the scent of ozone and lilies. I walked to the edge of the lake and looked down into its depths. I did not see my own reflection. I saw the face of the mountain. It was a face of shifting stone and grinding ice, and it was more beautiful than anything I had ever seen. The mountain spoke to me then, but it did not use words. It used the language of the tectonic plates and the shifting of the poles. It told me of its long wait for someone who could hear its song without going mad. I sat by the lake and began to write in a notebook that I had found in my pocket. The pages were made of light, and the ink was the shadow of my own thoughts. I wrote down the coordinates of the silence and the dimensions of the void. I described the way the light changed when it passed through the veil and the way the gravity felt when it was no longer a burden. I was creating a map for the soul, a guide for those who would follow me into the high places. I knew that few would ever find this place, but for those who did, the map would be their salvation. As I wrote, I felt the mountain beginning to change again. The plateau was rising and the peaks were growing taller. The earth was stretching and reaching for the stars. I felt the power of the creation as it surged through the rock. I was a part of that power. I was the witness and the participant. I saw the moon rise over the rim of the world, and it looked like a great white eye watching over the sleeping land. I felt a sense of immense responsibility. I was the keeper of the balance and the guardian of the dream. The night lasted for an eternity, and yet it was over in a heartbeat. When the sun began to rise, it was not the familiar yellow orb, but a brilliant white star that filled the sky with a cold and perfect light. The lake of black water began to glow, and the surface shattered into a million pieces of diamond. I stood up and felt the obsidian of my body vibrating in harmony with the light. I was ready for the next stage of the journey. I was ready to leave the plateau and climb the final peak that reached beyond the atmosphere and into the blackness of space. I began the climb. The rock was smooth and hard, and there were no handholds, but I did not need them. I moved with the grace of a shadow sliding up the vertical face of the mountain. The air grew thinner and thinner until it was gone entirely, but I did not need to breathe. I was a creature of the vacuum and the light. I reached the summit and stood on the very top of the world. I looked down and saw the earth as a small and fragile blue marble floating in the vastness of the dark. I saw the thin skin of the atmosphere and the swirling patterns of the clouds. I saw the lights of the cities like tiny sparks of fire in the night. I felt a sudden rush of love for that small and beautiful world. I remembered the taste of the bread and the sound of the rain on the roof. I remembered the touch of my wife's hand and the laughter of my children. I realized that the mountain was not a place of escape, but a place of perspective. It was the vantage point from which one could see the true value of the small things. I took the photograph from my pocket and held it up to the stars. The light of 1,000 suns shone through the paper, and for a moment the faces of my family were more real than the stone beneath my feet. I stayed on the summit for a long time watching the world turn. I saw the seasons come and go, and I saw the continents shift. I saw the rise of new civilizations and the fall of old ones. I was the surveyor of the ages and the keeper of the memory. I knew that one day the mountain would crumble and the earth would be swallowed by the sun, but that did not matter. The truth of the mountain was eternal and the silence was absolute. I was a part of that truth, and I was a part of that silence. Eventually, I felt the call of the valley again. It was time to return to the world of men, but I would not go as a ghost or a shadow. I would go as a messenger. I would carry the secret of the mountain in my heart, and I would share it with those who were ready to hear. I began the descent, moving down the slopes with the speed of a thought. I passed through the plateau and the caves and the forest. I crossed the bridge of roots and the ravine of turquoise water. I moved toward the place where the young man was waiting. He was still there, standing on the ridge where I had left him. He looked older now, and his eyes were full of the wisdom of the stone. He saw me coming, and he smiled. He knew that the conversation was not over. He knew that we were the words and the mountain was the voice. I reached him, and we stood together on the edge of the world. The sun was setting, and the sky was a riot of orange and purple. We looked down at the valley, and we saw the lights of the town beginning to flicker. "We will go down now," I said, but I did not speak with my mouth. I spoke with the vibration of the rock. We will walk among them, and we will tell them of the high places. We will tell them that the world is larger than they think, and that the silence is more beautiful than the noise. We will be the surveyors of the spirit and the guardians of the mystery. The young man nodded, and we began the walk down the trail. Our footsteps left no trace on the ground, and our shadows were as long as the memory of the earth. We were the ghosts of the mountain, and we were the life of the world. The circle was open, and the spiral was continuing, and we were the motion that made it all possible. As we reached the timberline, the air began to warm, and the scent of the pine needles filled our senses. The world of men was waiting with its questions and its maps, but we were ready. We carried the weight of the mountain and the light of the stars. We were the bridge between the finite and the infinite, and we would never be alone again. The mountain was behind us, a dark and jagged shadow against the stars, and it was within us a solid and eternal truth. We walked into the valley, and the darkness was not a void but a promise. The story was not ending. It was only beginning to find its rhythm. We were the witnesses to the unfolding of the design, and we were the architects of the new map. The world was being rewritten, and we were the ink. We moved forward into the night, our hearts beating in time with the pulse of the planet, and the silence sang us home. The transition from the peak to the lowlands was a slow immersion into the density of the living. The young man walked beside me, and his presence was no longer a weight or a curiosity, but a shared frequency. We moved through the thickening air, where the oxygen felt heavy and humid against the skin that had once been obsidian and was now something far more complex. The town at the base of the mountain range appeared as a cluster of amber jewels scattered across the dark velvet of the valley floor. It looked fragile from this distance, like a collection of shells left behind by a receding tide. I could hear the distant lowing of cattle and the hum of engines, and the sound of a radio playing a song about a love that had been lost in the summer. These sounds were tiny and sharp against the backdrop of the celestial harmony I had just left. We reached the first outpost of civilization, which was a small cabin made of cedar logs and corrugated tin. A dog barked from the porch, but the sound lacked conviction. It sensed that we were not ordinary travelers. It smelled the ozone and the ancient ice on our clothes, and it lowered its head in a gesture of recognition. I looked at the young man and saw that he was staring at his own hands. They were no longer the hands of a student or a clerk. They were scarred by the wind and the rock, and they held the stillness of the summit. He looked at me, and I saw the reflection of the entire mountain range in his eyes. He asked me without speaking if we were supposed to tell them everything. I told him that we would tell them only what they were capable of hearing. The truth is a fire that can warm a house or burn it to the ground, and we were the keepers of the flame. We walked onto the paved road, and the sensation of the asphalt was jarring. It was a dead surface that did not breathe or shift. It was a man-made denial of the earth beneath it. I felt a momentary pang of claustrophobia as the trees gave way to fences, and the fences gave way to houses. The houses were filled with people who were sleeping and dreaming of things that did not matter. They were dreaming of money and status and the opinions of their neighbors. They did not know that the stars were watching them or that the mountain was waiting for them to wake up. I wanted to shout to them, to tell them that the walls of their rooms were an illusion and that the sky was the only ceiling they should ever acknowledge. But I kept my peace. The time for shouting had not yet come. We entered the center of the town as the first light of dawn began to gray the eastern horizon. A baker was opening his shop, and the scent of fresh bread filled the street. It was a smell that belonged to the world of the living, and it made my heart ache with a sudden and fierce nostalgia. I remembered the kitchen of my old house, and the way the sun used to hit the wooden table in the morning. I remembered the feeling of being a man who had a place and a purpose. I was no longer that man, but I was the memory of him. I was the surveyor who had returned from the edge of the world, and I had a report to file that no one had commissioned. We sat on a bench in the town square near a fountain that featured a statue of a pioneer holding a musket. The pioneer looked sturdy and determined, but his eyes were fixed on a point just above the horizon. He was looking for the same thing I had found, but he had been turned to bronze before he could reach it. The young man sat next to me and pulled a small stone from his pocket. It was a piece of white quartz that he had picked up near the summit. He turned it over in his hand, and the light of the rising sun caught the facets of the crystal. He looked like he was holding a piece of the morning itself. A man in a uniform approached us. He was a police officer, and his face was a map of small worries and bureaucratic fatigue. He looked at our tattered clothes and our unshaven faces, and he saw two vagrants who had wandered in from the wilderness. He did not see the mountain in our posture or the galaxies in our eyes. He asked us for our names and our business in the town. I looked at him, and for a moment I considered telling him the truth. I wanted to tell him that I was the guardian of the stone and that I had seen the birth of suns. I wanted to tell him that his uniform was a costume and his authority was a shadow. But instead I gave him the name I had almost forgotten. I gave him the name of the man who had disappeared into the woods 3 decades ago. The officer froze. He pulled a small notebook from his belt and flipped through the pages. He looked at me, and then he looked at the notebook, and then he looked at me again. He asked me to repeat the name, and I did. I said it slowly and clearly, letting the syllables fall like stones into a deep well. The name felt strange in my mouth, like a garment that had been outgrown but was still familiar. The officer took off his cap and wiped his brow. He told us that there was a plaque in the park dedicated to that name. He told us that the man who bore that name was a hero who had been lost while trying to map the impassable ridges. He said that the town had mourned him for years before eventually moving on. I looked at the park across the square and I saw the plaque. It was a small piece of brass attached to a granite boulder. It was a monument to a ghost. I felt a sense of profound irony. The town had memorialized the man I used to be, while the man I had become was standing right in front of them and they could not see him. I told the officer that we were not heroes. We were just surveyors who had taken a very long time to finish the job. I told him that the map was now complete and that we had come to deliver the findings. He did not understand what I meant, but he could sense the gravity of the statement. He led us to the station house and offered us coffee that tasted of scorched beans and chemical cream. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever tasted. News of our arrival spread through the town like a fire in a dry forest. People gathered outside the station house and peered through the windows. They wanted to see the men who had come back from the dead. They wanted to see if we had changed, and if we had found the gold that the legends said was hidden in the high peaks. They did not understand that the gold was the light and the treasure was the silence. I sat in a small room with a wooden desk and a rotary telephone, and I began to speak. I did not speak to the officer or the mayor or the local reporter. I spoke to the air and the stone and the memory of the mountain. I told them of the boundary that was not a line on a map, but a state of being. I told them of the way the forest speaks in the language of the roots, and the way the river writes its history in the shape of the boulders. I told them of the lady of the waterfall and the man in the ice. I told them that the world was not a collection of objects to be owned, but a series of relationships to be honored. I saw the reporter scribbling in his notepad, but I knew that his words would be inadequate. He would write about a miraculous survival and a harrowing journey, but he would miss the point. He would write about the man and forget the mountain. The young man stood by the window and watched the crowd. He was silent and still, and his presence was a rebuke to the frantic energy of the town. He was the living proof that the mountain could not be tamed or categorized. He was the apprentice who had become the master of his own soul. I realized then that my work was not to convince the town of the truth. My work was to plant the seeds of the mystery and let them grow in their own time. I was the surveyor of the circle, and I had returned to the beginning to show that the end was just a new perspective. Later that afternoon, a woman came into the room. She was old and her hair was the color of the winter clouds. She walked with a cane, but her eyes were sharp and clear. She looked at me for a long time, and I saw a flicker of recognition in her face. She was the daughter of the woman I had loved. She was the child who had grown up while I was becoming the stone. She did not cry, and she did not embrace me. She simply sat down in the chair opposite the desk and asked me if it was worth it. She asked me if the mountain was more beautiful than the life I had left behind. I looked at her and I saw the lines of her face and the history of her struggles. I saw the love and the loss and the quiet endurance of a human life. I felt a surge of compassion that was deeper than any emotion I had experienced on the summit. I told her that the mountain was not a replacement for the life I had left, but a completion of it. I told her that I had carried her and her mother and her siblings in the marrow of my obsidian bones every step of the way. I told her that they were the heat that had kept the stone from cracking in the cold of the infinite. She nodded and reached out to touch my hand. Her skin was warm and soft, and for a moment I felt the boundary between the stone and the flesh dissolve entirely. We stayed in the town for 3 days. We ate the food they gave us, and we slept in the beds they provided, but we did not belong there. We were like birds that had landed on a ship in the middle of the ocean. We were grateful for the rest, but our home was the wind. The young man and I spent our nights walking through the streets and looking at the stars. We saw the way the town lights obscured the glory of the heavens, and we felt a sense of urgency. The world was forgetting its origins, and it was our job to remind it. On the 4th day, we went to the park and stood before the plaque. I placed my hand on the granite boulder and felt the familiar hum of the earth. I told the young man that it was time to go. He did not ask where. He knew that the survey was never truly finished. There were always new gaps to map and new ridges to explore. There were always souls who were lost in the lowlands and needed a guide to show them the way to the heights. We turned away from the town and began to walk toward the north, where the peaks rose up like the teeth of a giant. The people watched us go. Some of them cheered, and some of them wept, and some of them simply stood in silence. They did not try to stop us. They knew that we did not belong to them. We belonged to the silence and the stone. We reached the edge of the forest, and the air grew cool, and the light took on that familiar greenish hue. I felt the mountain rising up to meet me, and I felt the weight of my human identity falling away once again. I was no longer the man with the name on the plaque. I was the surveyor of the infinite and the guardian of the dream. We climbed through the timberline and into the high meadows where the wildflowers were blooming in a riot of color. We saw the elk and the eagles and the mountain goats. They welcomed us back as if we had never been gone. We reached the ridge where the air was thin and the light was perfect. I looked back one last time and saw the valley spread out below us. It was a small and beautiful world, and I knew that I would always love it. But my place was here on the edge of the world, where the dark and the light danced together in an eternal embrace. The young man and I continued our climb. We were moving toward the final peak, the one that reached beyond the atmosphere and into the blackness of space. We were moving toward the source of the music and the heart of the mystery. We were the witnesses to the unfolding of the design, and we were the architects of the new map. The world was being rewritten, and we were the ink. We moved forward into the light, our hearts beating in time with the pulse of the planet, and the silence sang us home. The stone would endure. The silence would sing. and we would be here forever watching the dancing of the dark and the light on the edge of the world. The circle was complete and the spiral was continuing, and we were the motion that made it all possible. We were the tale that had no end, and we were the song that would never fall silent. The survey was finished, and the journey was just beginning. The ascent toward the final peak was a slow and deliberate progression into the absolute. We left the meadows behind and entered the domain of the vertical, where the gravity of the world seemed to lose its grip on our weary limbs. The air became a thin veil of ice, and the sun was a cold eye watching from a charcoal sky. I felt the pulse of the mountain beneath my boots, and it was no longer a vibration of stone, but a heartbeat of the universe itself. The young man followed me with a steady grace. He had shed the last remnants of his fear, and his movements were as fluid as water flowing over granite. We were not climbing a physical mountain any longer. We were ascending the architecture of existence. We reached a narrow ledge that overlooked the entire range. Below us, the clouds were a churning sea of white and gray, and the peaks were like islands in an ocean of vapor. The town was gone and the valleys were gone, and the history of men was a distant memory. There was only the wind and the light and the impossible height. I looked at the young man, and I saw that he was glowing with a soft and internal radiance. He was becoming a part of the light, just as I had become a part of the stone. He was the next chapter of the story, and I was the ink that was drying on the page. I told him that the summit was not a place but a perspective. I told him that the map we had made was not for the feet of travelers, but for the eyes of the soul. He nodded, and his eyes were like twin pools of starlight. He said that he understood and that he was ready to take up the mantle. He said that he would be the bridge for those who would come after us, and that he would keep the secret of the silence safe from the noise of the world. I felt a sense of profound peace. My work as a surveyor was finally complete. I had found the boundary, and I had crossed it, and I had returned to show another the way. The peak loomed above us like a jagged tooth made of crystal and shadow. It was the highest point on the planet, and it was the place where the earth touched the void. We began the final push, moving with a rhythmic intensity that bypassed the need for muscle and bone. We were moving with the force of will and the power of the dream. The wind screamed around us, but it was a song of triumph. The cold bit into us, but it was a reminder of our vitality. We reached the summit at the exact moment that the sun began to sink below the horizon for the final time in our journey. The view from the top was a revelation. We saw the curvature of the earth and the vastness of the cosmos. We saw the stars as they really were without the interference of the atmosphere. They were not points of light, but burning furnaces of creation and destruction. We saw the patterns of the galaxies and the threads of light that connected every living thing to the heart of the sun. We were standing at the center of the design, and we were the witnesses to the unfolding of the infinite. I felt my physical form begin to dissolve. I was no longer a man, and I was no longer a stone. I was a frequency of light and a vibration of silence. I turned to the young man, and I saw that he was standing firm. He was the new surveyor, and he would remain on the mountain to guide the seekers and the dreamers. He would be the ghost in the machine and the whisper in the wind. I reached out and touched his shoulder, and I felt the heat of his life and the strength of his purpose. I told him that he was the guardian of the mystery, and that the mountain would always be his home. He smiled, and his smile was the sunrise that would follow this final night. I stepped off the edge of the peak and into the void. I did not fall. I expanded. I became the wind that moved through the pines and the water that carved the canyons. I became the silence of the caves and the roar of the waterfalls. I was the mountain, and the mountain was me. I was the map and the territory and the journey and the destination. The circle was not just closed, but it had become a sphere of perfect light. The story was not ending because the story was the essence of the world itself. The young man watched me go, and he knew that I was not truly gone. He knew that I would always be there in the shadow of the ridges and the light of the stars. He turned his gaze back to the valley where the lights of the world were beginning to fade. He knew that he had a long watch ahead of him, but he was not afraid. He had the stone in his pocket and the silence in his heart. He was the surveyor of the spirit, and he was the architect of the new dawn. The night fell across the world, and the stars burned with a fierce and ancient fire. The mountain stood tall and silent, a dark and jagged sentinel against the infinite. Inside the mountain, the light was still moving, and the stone was still singing, and the dream was still unfolding. The survey was finished, and the report was filed in the memory of the earth. There would be no more maps and no more boundaries. There would only be the dance of the dark and the light on the edge of the world. The silence sang me home, and I was the song. I was the echo of the first word and the promise of the last. I was the motion that made the spiral turn and the stillness at the center of the storm. The world was beautiful, and the world was vast, and the world was whole. I closed my eyes, and I was everywhere at once. I was the breath of the planet and the pulse of the stars. I was the truth of the mountain, and the mountain was the truth of me. The journey was over, and the journey was just beginning, and the silence was the only word that needed to be said. As the ages passed and the continents shifted and the oceans rose and fell, the mountain remained. It was a monument to the endurance of the spirit and the power of the mystery. New surveyors would come, and new maps would be drawn, but the secret of the high places would remain unchanged. The young man would become an old man, and he would find his own apprentice, and the cycle would continue forever. The ink would never run dry, and the page would never be full. I watched from the heart of the stone as the world evolved and transformed. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations and the birth and death of stars. I saw the beauty of the struggle and the grace of the surrender. I was a part of it all, and yet I was beyond it all. I was the observer and the observed, and I was the bridge between the two. The mountain was my body, and the sky was my mind, and the silence was my soul. The final light of the sun disappeared, and the universe was bathed in the soft glow of the nebula. The mountain was a silhouette of absolute certainty in a world of shifting shadows. The young man sat on the summit and looked out at the expanse of the unknown. He was the new witness, and he was ready for the task. He breathed in the cold air, and he felt the vibration of the rock. He was the surveyor of the infinite, and he was home. The story was complete, and yet it was still being written in every heartbeat and every breath. It was a tale of the mountain and the man and the stone and the light. It was a tale of the journey from the finite to the infinite and the return to the heart of the mystery. It was a tale that would never end because the mountain would always be there and the silence would always be singing. The circle was open and the spiral was continuing, and the motion was the only truth that mattered. We were the witnesses, and we were the architects, and we were the map, and in the end, the silence was enough.